There's where's like a thing that I can do? Let's do this. So this is a clip from 2 years ago when I played Tales of Graces. I don't remember exactly what was going on in this scene. I think they went to like this big crystal or something, and this guy showed up and started wrecking everything, and it started collapsing. But I don't remember the exact specifics. But it had one of my favorite. So they do like these little anime cutscenes. Unfortunately, in this game specifically, I don't think it was like this. It might have been like this in Vesperia too, but Berseria was better. Unfortunately, the cutscenes were really quiet compared to the rest of the game. So we're probably not going to hear the audio very well. Um, but that's okay. I don't need the audio because what I'm going to do is get it to the point where I want to do a little screen grab, and then I'm going to do my drawing of this. But there's a very funny animation here that I enjoyed very much when it happened. And so that is what I'm going to pick for my favorite Tails moment that we're going to draw here.
Everyone run! If we don't move now, then we won't make it out of here alive!
So yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a very short clip, but as you can see, Pascal
If we don't move now, then
doing her like Zoinks Scoob running motion is maybe one of my favorite things from Tails. So I'm probably not going to do the whole screen because I feel like that could take me all day. I'm probably going to try to focus in on what's going on here. How can I get the UI off the screen? Fortunately, I can't get my QR code off the screen. That's hard coded into the clip. I wonder if I could find a video of this clip somewhere else. Steal. Hold on. Bear with me. This is a professional. This is a professional organization here. Tales of Races at Pascal. Funny running scene. That's not it. I think that's the one where they talk about leaving through the butt. Here's the GIF. But it doesn't have enough frames. And it's also like weird. Gotta find the actual clip of when it happens. If not, I'll just use mine. It's not a big deal. I was just kind of annoyed that some stuff is in the way for video. I don't think this is it. Looked like it might have been it, but it doesn't look to be. I wish I remembered more of the context of what was going on so that well, this is all the cutscenes. That's probably too many. You know what? You know what might work? All anime cutscenes. This will be a much shorter jog. Only a handful. Oh, he nailed it. All right. Thank you to Scott's Anime Reaction for posting this video of all the anime. Oh no, it's in Japanese. I won't be able to draw it now. There we go. That's it right there. All right, so let's take a screen grab of this. Uh, get like a square, but I'm probably not gonna draw Hubert. I'll probably just try to fill in the background with some nonsense. Oh man, it's got the UI on top of it. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So now, get rid of this. Sorry, you're gonna have to bear with me. I didn't do any sort of setup for this like I should have. That would have required like stuff like forethought and planning, and it's just not really my thing. So, all right. So now I think I had an actual scene for drawing. Okay, so there's that. That down. Put me back. Oh God, I'm huge. That. And let's see. The snipping tool. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, hold on. I gotta save a copy of this. Yeah, I hope everyone out there is having a good Sunday. God, get that out of here. We can just do now. We can just do this. There it is. Perfect. All right. So now you all can see what I'm going for. Now, well, what happened? What did I do? I opened it in paint.net. I didn't want to do that. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Created a grievous mistake. You can get rid of this, I think. And get rid of this. Now, where did my paint? Okay. All right. So now you see what I'm seeing for the most part. Perfect. All right. I think I got it. I think I got it. Now we just got to get the music going again. All right. I am going to pull up my, what's that program called? iTunes. Why is it listed under productivity apps? iTunes is like the exact opposite of productivity apps. Let's see, hopefully these like exist. Hominess. All right. Let's do some art. What is this canvas size right now? 800 by 600. Okay. I think what I'm going to try to do is maybe beyond my my ability here. That's weird. Why do you not see what I see? I just noticed that. Also, the music's getting loud. For some reason, you guys don't see like the toolbars and stuff. Not that that's the important part, but it's just strange. Okay. I'm going to try to do something that I have never done before. I'm going to try to like do it in layers. I'm going to start with a background layer first and see if I can make that work. You know what I am going to do though? I actually am going to open this image with paint.net so that I can steal some colors and stuff. Not that I'll probably do them all like verbatim, but probably borrow a few just to get the general palette. Alright, then we want to start with some give me my paintbrush, I guess. We want to start doing some trees. Alright. Just checking. Okay, I'm going to try to construct this in layers. Try it out. Just keep in mind, I'm not an artist, right? It's gonna be really important to remember for like the duration. Okay. Then there's like a... actually like a much lighter green. Or like this like foliage down here. Bigger brush. It's too light. Fill that in. Then we will, what do I want to do? Is it keeping a list of all the colors I've been using? I can always magic for gore. Okay, but I can add these. Ooh, what is that? That's Contra. All right, I feel you, Contra. All right, we're halfway there, guys. I mean, doesn't it look like... doesn't mind. I don't like this stupid background removal thing. I feel like it sucks now. It used to be a lot better. But yeah, it doesn't mind. Look a lot like that one. Alright, just trust the process. Okay. Now we need a couple shades darker. Nope, 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 nope. That's not what I wanted to do. That doesn't look terrible. No, it does. Okay. That's the color I want. I just don't want it applied like that. couple shades darker. Oh god, no. I knew that was going to happen. Apparently a very slim gap somewhere. Okay, well, can't do that. Why is it doing that? There's no gap. I checked. There's no freaking gap. How about now? I don't understand. I don't comprende. That's doing that. Okay, what do I want to do? I think I want to actually draw the tree next, because I think that'll help me figure out how to kind of fill in this area. A little bit better than I have. Cha. What's up, Aces and Arcolt? Wow. Coming in at the same time. Almost simultaneously. Almost like you're the same person. Huh? Huh? I've never seen them in the same room before. It's true. Welcome to my new speedrunning event called Big Pharma Does Art Badly. It's a new thing I'm doing. All right, this tree is pretty obscured, actually. Hold on a tick. I need to do something real quick. Slight, like, edge. Okay. Dude, this song is taking me back. I used to have this on my iPod. So this is my iTunes account. So this is like all stuff that used to be on my iPod, and I haven't used my iPod, or even like, I still technically have one. I think it's in my desk drawer at work because I used to use it like when I first started back in 2015. But like I haven't like put anything new onto that iPod probably since like 2009. If I had to guess, nah, maybe not, but still. Like this is all old stuff from like back when I was in high school and college. It's kind of hit me right in the nostalgia right now. Okay. What was I doing? Okay. Kind of like when I wonder what would be the best way to. What does the magic wand do? Like, I've never understood. Like, I know it like, yeah, so you can use it to like select different things. That's not what I want. I really wanted to. Like, apply like a nice, apply like an outline. I think I think that ship has probably sailed. I probably needed to do that earlier if it's even possible. That's what I get for not knowing how to use paint.net or trying to actually. No, that's okay. I use it a little bit here and there, but I don't use it like a lot. In that I'm not like uber familiar with like all the different features that it has. Been using it a little bit more recently, as I've been trying to do a little bit more with like creating the different like logos and stuff that I've made. I've used mostly paint.net for that. That sucked. It wasn't much better. What's up, Bane? Hope everybody's having a good Sunday afternoon. Yeah, exactly. Because I was trying to like get it to select like this like lower green blob here. Oh, see, now it'll do it. Apparently adding the black outline was enough to like make the but like from there I don't know what I would do, like, because what I wanted to do was select like a blob of color and then put a black outline around it. Like, I actually don't know how to do that, and I honestly can't be bothered to learn how on such short notice. That's okay. That's kind of the effect I was going for. A lot of this stuff is going to get drawn over ultimately anyway, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just trying to give it a little bit more definition, but that's I think if we add our tree now, it's going to help me a little bit to know. Now, where do I want that? I think it's back a little further. Start it maybe around here. Okay, me. Back to my paintbrush. Increase points on it a little bit. No, that's too much. So I've been having a fun little experience in my home recently where we had a pretty bad storm on it was either Wednesday or Thursday. I can't remember which day it was, but it was earlier this week. And then after well, actually in the midst of the storm, because it was like it went on for quite a while. Uh, and so like in the middle of the storm, I got a really bad headache, so I decided to go lay down. And then when I woke up, my cat woke me up. And so I was just trying to like pet her to get her to leave, because that's usually what she'll do if I pet her. I noticed she was all wet, and I was like, what the why is my cat not dry? And so like I gotta go figure out where she got into this water, because like there shouldn't be any water. So anyway, I got up and I'm walking around, and I go to the kitchen, and the kitchen floor is just soaked. And yeah, it's leaking from the light fixture, which is always, you know, that's exactly where you want the water to be coming out of if you're a homeowner. And so like my first inclination, which I don't think is like crazy, was to think that the roof is leaking. Because it started, you know, shortly after like a storm. I'm like, okay, well that's great. The roof is leaking. Now what? However, the leak continued for like the next couple of days, but it was only like very sporadically. A cat heard me talking about her. Now she's here. Come here. But it was very sporadically, and it was usually only like a couple of drips at a time. And so I'm like, I'm starting to have second thoughts here. I'm starting to think that this is not a roof leaking situation. Because I went upstairs too, and the upstairs is completely dry. And so I'm like, I don't think it's the roof, guys. I don't think it is. So I started doing a little more digging, a little more research, and I kind of think I might know what's going on. I think because it's been so much warmer and more humid recently, and my upstairs, the HVAC vents are closed, because I don't usually prefer to like heat and cool that zone because it's not being used. And then obviously, just because thermodynamics, the hot air all rises to the top, so it's much warmer up there anyway. So I think what might be happening is that the cool air from like downstairs is colliding with the hot humid air from upstairs and creating condensation in the HVAC or on the outside of the HVAC ductwork. And I think that may be leaking down into the ceiling cavity. So it's not good news per se. I'm not happy about it. However, I think that that's probably going to be a more manageable solution than roof leaking, which is, you know, pretty much you got to install a new roof, right? So now my next venture is to like, I'm going to try to reach out to the guy who installed the HVAC system and figure out if he's got any like tips or suggestions on how to maybe mitigate this unfortunate situation. And hopefully we can figure something out. I mean, I don't know if it's as simple as opening the vents on the second floor, or if even then it's going to be too hot and humid up there. So I don't know. I don't know. Is the end of that statement. I just don't know. was terrible. But yeah, it's been a laugh a minute over here for a while. Where I had like my dryer die the other day, and then like the roof started leaking a few days later, and all sorts of fun goings on. So anyway, that's what's been going on in my world. What's going on with you guys? What kind of fun stuff are you all getting into? Thinking about not doing all these surfaces, but it kind of looks weird with only a few of them being done. I need a precision mouse, man. This is rough work with that. It does help to zoom in a little bit. It's actually part of what I've been doing with paint.net is like doing some like pixel level art. So like some of the emotes that I worked on recently, I took like a screenshot of the NES and then like zoomed into like the pixel level to where I was able to like recolor those. So that was kind of fun. That was a new thing for me. Like a level I've really never gone to before. Oh, that's the wrong color green. But I was able to do some cool stuff with it, and I was happy with the result. Probably will try to do some more in the future, but I don't know what. So anyway. All right. I wish there was just like a foliage brush and that you could just like brush across this and make it look like plants. But that's probably something you got to pay for, like Adobe, Adobe Photoshop. Use their AI mode to brush in foliage into your art. Okay. I don't get too worried about what's going on in here because this big, ruin, temple, whatever, that's in the background is going to cover a lot of like what's beyond the tree. So I don't want to get too hung up on like the coloration, but I do want to do a little bit of coloration on these leaves. That's the wrong color. This color. That's the right color, it's the wrong size. Okay. No, that's the dark color. Where's my third color? This color. Did I not have this color to the wheel? Guess I did. My bad. What is this song, like 007? Hold on, we gotta look. Donkey Kong Country 2 Assembly Line Apparitions. Oh, wow. Never would have got that one. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like that. Keep forgetting too that the longer you try to do a brushstroke without letting go, the more it'll undo if you have to hit the undo button. Better to do shorter little parts in a more controlled setting, so that if you do make a little happy little accident, you don't have to erase quite as much of your work when you hit Control Z. I have to like get into this like mindset of telling myself to like let go of the mouse every once in a while. So that if I make a goof, I'm not having to erase as much, but it's always been a problem for me. Even back in my professional drawception days, you know? Most of y'all weren't around for those days. Those were fun times. Is it a 2-point or a 4-point? Definitely bigger than a 2. I was actually thinking if I finished up early, I would play some Drawception, but the fact that it's taken me an hour and I haven't even got my backdrop set, that's probably not going to happen, because I need to do this picture, and I want to try to do Artie's picture for today. Artie sent me a request. Which I think will be fun but challenging. Do a color wheel go. I know you guys can't see it, but I've been able to see it. There we go. Color pro. No, that's not what I want. I know you guys haven't been able to see it this whole time, but I have. What the heck, dude? How do I oh, there we go. It's up at the top. Okay. That shape is intentional. I'm trying to leave a little bit of the light color in there. There's kind of like this feathering of like the three colors here. Hopefully this will not be like the focus once the actual drawing is done. You won't even notice how bad my colorations are. All right, I think I'm satisfied with that for the background, or at least this part of the background. I think I'm gonna move on to the big stone structure here. How do I want to approach this? Because it should be a rather rigid shape, so like I should be able to like maybe even use a shape tool here. Rectangular in nature. No, that won't really work because that's gonna... I don't think I want to do that. Instead I'll use I think I'll use a line. A line very... Let me borrow some color here from my source image. I think I want to borrow... this color. I'm gonna start with this, and then I can apply the different shades as I go. Needs to kind of start right around... What? Borrow this color. Add that to our palette. Okay, and then this kind of will intersect and... Why is it... Oh, because I have a friggin' dropper selected, and I'm not the friggin' line tool. Doofus. This should kind of like start your... I'm gonna come to about... I don't think my scaling's quite right, but that's okay. Sorry, I got the hiccups here.
This is a medley from Mega Man 3. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to email me at mcmustin@hotmail.com.
I wonder if you can still email him with questions at mcmustin@email.com. I used to listen to this probably 5 times a day when I was on college campus, when I was a student at Akron. Okay, how far do I think this thing goes back? Probably somewhere around like here-ish. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. I can't do what I don't think I can do what I'm trying to do. Yes, I can. Perfect. All right. Starting to get into the pixelated view here a little bit. It's okay. I remember when I used to think this was like the coolest music out there. I listened to OC Remix like almost exclusively from like 2006 to like 2009. Crazy. I loved it. All right, please, paint bucket, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, that's not even really like the color I want the whole thing to be, but I just wanted the paint bucket to work. All right. So then there's like a little like protuberance. Maybe about here. And another one about here. A little bit smaller. Okay. Actually pretty good. And so then what I want to do is line tool, black, and white fit. Pretty much straight across. I think even thinner. I not grab that. Oh, I can bend it like Beckham. Look at that. Oh, look at that sinusoidal curve. That's cool tech. I didn't know you could do that. It's not what I wanted to do, but it's cool that you can do it. Oh, dude, that is freaking sick. You guys seeing this? Anyway, the whole point was I'm trying to shift it up just a little bit. Actually, what if I like attached it here and then grabbed it here, like pulled it up a little bit, the uppies, and just raise the whole thing. Actually, it doesn't look half bad, and it's going to be mostly obscured anyway. So that's awesome. That's about right where I want it. Okay, now we need to go back and we need to add in the little nubs here as well. Again, even though these are probably going to be covered up, we'll put them in just because. That was a bad one. Bad nub. Alright, this is an alright nub. Oh, man. There's a lot of focus. This requires a lot of focus. I'm focusing so hard. That's funky, man. Hearing this? Alright, I would like a semicircle? Is that an option? Semicircle? I see regular circle. See trapezoid. No, I see octagon. No semicircles, huh? I mean, I know logically what I should have done is I should have done a circle before I put the lines on. And then the bottom of the circle would have just blended with the thing, but I didn't think about that before I did it. Alright, to the Google machine. Paint.net, do a semicircle. You piece of shit. Draw a circle and then cover the bottom half of it with the rectangle tool. You know what, idiot? I could have come up with that. It's not what I wanted to do, though. Alright, hold on. I got a plan. If we go to this page, since I'm not doing what I was originally doing, what if we do the circle and we want to do fill with solid color? That's not filled in with the solid color. Sir, you've wronged me. Okay, you gotta do this first. Okay. Draw. Build shape. There we go. Okay, that's alright. This might work. This might still work. Alright. We're still technically in there. Listen, I know that I am a vocal Ocarina of Time hater, but it does have some jamming music. I will never say that it doesn't. It's okay. I can touch that up. Well, we're gonna be putting a black outline around it anyway. So that'll come out in the wash. Actually, smart me would have done this differently. Hold on. I know. You're like, you just figured this out. What do you mean? What do you mean you're undoing it? Okay, because what we're going to do is we're going to draw a filled shape with outline. Outline it in black with a 2-point outline. Do this. That. Magic wand. No, it's not magic wanding the outline. Okay, now it's magic wanding only the outline. There we go. Perfect. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. Okay. That looks... Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the shape of the building. Don't think too hard on it. It's just a cylinder, okay? It's just a cylindrical building with a dome. Alright? Don't make it more than what it is. It'll look better when we... Never mind, it won't. It's gonna look much worse. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. Okay, how do we want to do that? Oh, I've learned a new secret. Okay, so tool. And then can we add... Because what I'd really love to do is draw a line. The color I want. And then I can just draw it straight up, and then I can bend it. So that it matches this little piece right here. I just realized you can't see my cursor when I go outside the window. Whatever. Oh, it's because... Never mind. I know why. And there's nothing I can do about it. But like, what I would love to do is this. Is to draw like a thick line. It's not a thick line. Why is it doing that? Oh, you know what? I need to deselect. That's why. Okay. Because, like, what I would like to do is draw, like, this, like, just, like, a thick line, right? And then, like, bend it. Oh, no, that looks terrible. That looks so bad. Hold on. No, we can fix it. I can fix him. See see what I'm like attempting here? It doesn't look good, but it's kind of what I thought I could do, but I feel like it's going to be easier to just draw the line the way I want it. Okay. Oh. Nope, that's not it. That's not it, but that's not far off. Because it really is like almost like you can see it in the background. Like I'm going for that little arch at the top with the 3 jewels on it. It's almost like a D shape, okay? It looks like a D laying on its side. The letter D. It looks like the alphabetical representation of the letter D on its side. With then like the gems encrusted. Dude, this song sounds so familiar. What is? Oh, this is Final Fantasy VI, isn't it? I feel like I learned to play this I tried to learn to play this on the piano long after I stopped taking piano lessons and hadn't touched the piano for a great many years. It was not easy. And I probably didn't do it. Let's just try to freehand it. So make your brush smaller. Okay, that's actually not terrible. It's a little off center. I wish I could mark where center is at. I wish I knew where center is at. It's about right here. Okay. That is not as bad as I expected it would be. That was actually not bad right till the end, and I totally messed it up. And I know that like you probably won't even be able to like tell when the picture's not zoomed in by 1000%, but I would know. I would know how badly I beefed it. That's better. This is gonna take me all day, by the way. I don't know why I thought I was gonna be able to do like 4 drawings in one day. It's okay. We're having fun. I'm having fun. You guys probably bored out of your minds. Alright, let's put the little crystals on. What shape are those? They're just kind of like oval. Okay. So we should be able to do ellipses. And then do fill-in shape with outline. 1-point outline. Outline color is black. And the fill color is red. Or now what do I want? Yeah, kind of like that. Ooh, that's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. I think we can kind of squat it a little bit. Yes, okay. And then go ahead and copy and paste that. Where did it go? So loud, but so funky. Holy crap, dude. Alright. Where did that go? Like, it had to have gone somewhere, right? Okay. I don't know what's happening. It's not doing what I want to do, so let's just, let's go back to what we were doing. Okay, so the other ones need to be at like an angle. Can I do that with the ellipsis tool? One way to find out. Okay, so we want this one to be like a blue. A little bit darker than that, but not that dark. Be about that dark. Oh yeah, well, okay. What we can do, try to like... No, that's not what I want. Let's start with what I do want. There's a thing about that size. Now, how do I... rotate? Can rotate at 90 degrees. Oh god, what have I done? Undo, undo, undo. Oh god. Okay. This is not possible. How do I do like an angled ellipse? So I can make it... Oh, I see a little... I don't know how I did that. I don't know how I did that. I don't know how I did that, but it was perfect. It was perfect. It was perfect. I meant to do it. Yes. I don't know how I did it. So we're going to have to do it again in a minute for the green one, and I don't know how. Okay, the green one does kind of blend in, so it would kind of make sense to use one of the colors I previously used. Probably that one, yeah? God, what have I... Yes, yes, yes. I want to move the whole... No, I want to move the whole thing. I want to move the whole... There we go. That is, like, pretty okay. They're not all perfect. You know, this is an ancient artifact. They're not all going to be perfect. You know, they were cutting things with giant whale bones and stuff. I don't know. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I had too much coffee and Mountain Dew. See you in a minute. Alright. Returned. Got myself a jalapeno beef stick. The package, when you open the bag that all the beef sticks come in, it smells so bad. Like, almost disgusting, but these are so good. So I take them out of the bag and I put them in a box. That way my whole house can stink like disgusting jalapeno beef sticks. Alright. I spent so much time, and this is all I have. I haven't even... Oh my gosh, what? Oh my gosh, no, what happened? Oh no, hold on. Oh geez, something happened when I was hitting that copy paste button a bunch of times. Yeah, okay. Okay. Relax. You know what I should be doing? I should be saving this periodically. Okay. It's not the worst. I gotta redo the gems at the top. Apparently, I like moved the whole canvas. I didn't mean to do that. This program's still kind of goof it every once in a while. Okay, give me my ellipsis tool. Try to match the size a little bit better. Trying to look and see like exactly how many pixels wide. Looks actually a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, that actually, I think, a little bit better. Now we gotta go back to the blue one, and I didn't save the blue color. That's alright. It was about there. Okay. It's pretty good. It's not perfect. But, you know, perfection is the enemy of good. Right now, I need to do... some like concentric circle lines. I don't think they curve that much, actually. They actually look kind of straight. The fact that they're circular and that they're a dome, I feel like they should have a little bit of a curve to them. I feel like that's too much. Do more like that. Because they, like in the picture, they look like they don't curve at all, and I don't think that's that doesn't look right to me. And I'm the obvious graphic design artist here. Okay, they might be onto something. This doesn't look right either. Because then it's gonna end up with like a dip. Like, nah, yeah, you know what? I think you can have like a little bit of one for like the capstone. But, like the rest of them need to be pretty flat. It doesn't seem like it should be that way, but otherwise it's gonna be screwy when we're done. Now, what I want to do is I want like the vertical lines, but I don't want them to be like smooth, because you can kind of see it's like carved stone, so there should be a little bit of a bend to it. And so I'm probably going to draw over these black lines that I've made a little bit and draw like the more like masonry kind of look to it. I think I'm going to take the existing color of the stone. I'm going to drop it a few. Something like that. For a 4. Oh, I'm drawing lines. I don't want to be drawing lines. I want paper. Oh, shoot, I hit a button on my mouse. Oh, okay. I didn't screw anything up. I just broke the line. Actually looks kind of all right to me. You're not going to be able to, well, in theory, you're not going to be able, because Pascal should be in front of it, but kind of a feeling that my starting point is a little bit off, so some of my stuff may not line up quite the way it was in the original. Chrono Cross soundtrack is so freaking. You disagree with it. You are incorrect. Because it is superb. Didn't save that color. We're not going to use this anyway. I wish I knew how to do like the shading a little bit better, but like obviously again we're using like the equivalent of paint here. So that I could have like kind of like the lighter color brick with like the color brick that stands out from like the masonry lines. But I feel like that'll take forever. And it just probably won't look good. So I'm not. I don't know. I can always change my mind later after I've got everything. Okay, so now there's like this whole like shadow effect going on here, or like the back half of it is kind of like cast in shadow here. But then the front part, which you can't really see, because he's standing in front of it, is like not. Kind of like from like, really is almost the halfway point, which makes sense because it's a cylinder, right? But there, it seems like there's some like some columns that kind of jut out from the cylinder, and that's what's creating the shadow. Because you can kind of see one in the source material, coming from like behind, or like right in front of her back leg. You can see kind of like one of the columns because it's lighter colored, and then you can see the other one like right below Malik's fist. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Will do. Color depth. Couple shades. Please work. Okay, that's actually kind of the color I want. Incorrect. Stop that. Oh, it's House Hornet, baby. House Hornet. This is taking me like way back. I listen to these songs so freaking much. On my iPod and my Zune. Yeah, I had a Zune, so what? Wanna fight about it?
Hornet.
Color and don't. Ah, you piece of sh.
Hornet.
That is how I wanted it to go. Is this one trying to fill in that?
This hardcore piece of audio has been brought to you by Beat Drop and Matt Pollard, featuring Ailshawn.
Doesn't make sense why this would fill into there. Because it's completely closed on the right side because the other one didn't spill over. And it's a straight, I use a straight line tool. What the heck? There we go. Weird. Oh my goodness. The greatest piece of MS Paint art that has ever been arted. I need some gamer gloves and my hands cramped up. Alright, I think I'm going to start drawing characters now. And then we'll see once the characters are drawn in if we want to like go back and retouch anything or fill in any additional detail. You know what I mean? Okay. So I'm probably gonna not draw Hubert since I've already cut him like 90% of the way off. Because it would look weird, I think, just having like the arm. So there probably will be a little neutral space like over here. Just thinking. Okay. This is kind of where I wish I had like a more better art program. Or maybe knew how to use this one better, because maybe it can do what I'm thinking of and I just don't know. Because what I would really love to do is like be able to draw like some approximate like guidelines for proportions. You know, like, okay, his head needs to start like right at the top of the tree line, and the bottom of his chin should cut off like right at the top of the cylinder. And then like his torso should go down to approximately like the middle of the cylinder. You know what I mean? Because I feel like a lot of times like I get the proportions really wrong. I don't know. I'll give it my best. I'm not gonna draw whatever that is kind of sticking out of the ground there. Just because I don't feel it. You know what I need to do? I need to put some clouds in there. I forgot about clouds, so I'll do that at the end. Alright, so the way I normally do this is I kind of just start with like a blob for the hair, and then I'll kind of like define it with like a black outline. That, those are his hair. Go ahead and grab me a skin tone. And give me the brown for his jacket. Oops. Hey. Sorry, I'm just sampling a lot of colors right now. Getting them added to my custom palette. Okay, I think that's good enough. Start with his hair. And so, oh my god, what did I do? Change that color. Oh god, no. What happened? Okay. Jesus. Good reminder. What a time to hit the save button, right? Before I start totally messing this thing up. Oh. Sometimes, like, I do not understand how I can screw up stuff so bad in this program. Okay, so his head needs to start somewhere right around, like, this vicinity, so that his torso comes down, and then, like, his shoulder and arm will kind of, like, overlap this, like, first section of the cylinder background. Okay. So, here's the color. I wish I could make the freaking color thing bigger. It's so small. Alright, I think that's the color I sampled. Okay, start like right up here. Okay, trust the process, guys. That's not the worst first pass I've seen. More of like a hump right here. Coloring doesn't look quite right, but sure you sampled it straight from his hair color. It's okay. Okay, so it starts a little bit above the tree line, and like the as it comes like down to his neck is like kind of like in line with the bottom of this. So I'm pretty close on proportion. That's not bad. Okay, so now we need to fill in some detail here. Brush. One pointer. I don't like that. think like my bangs are coming too far. Up. And then this should technically be part of his face, not part of it. Well, hold on. You go back and touch a little bit up. That's the wrong color. Hello, kitty. Hello. Come here. My picture? Oh, you hate art? What you said? You hate art? You hate the arts and you think they should be defunded? What? Are you a conservative cat? Come here. I'm not gonna. Come here. Fine, I don't want to get hair all over my brand new Chrono Trigger shirt anyway. Okay. So, can't really get this, like, little, like, flip going. Go up and then down. I don't think it goes that far over is my problem. It's like up and then straight down. Let that go. So kind of go. I've never been good at hair, by the way. I know that's probably a shock to everybody watching right now. Always been a major area of struggle for me. Everyone could just be bold. Perfect. Give me the skin tone. Let me start trying to mess this up real quick. So the draw line should be like around. Here. Here's very small. That's actually pretty darn good for an. I don't really like the general shape of piece that I've drawn here, but honestly, it's not that far off. Dangerous move. Let's hit the save button real quick. Try to use the paint bucket. Oh my god, it worked. Okay. A lot of time there. Actually not as bad as I thought. It's just a little, the chin is just a little bit off center. Oh shoot. Don't know if I have the skills to fix it. May just have to be a little off center. Crazy thing is, I don't hate it. It's off center. I recognize this, but for my standards, this is pretty good. A goatee here, bit of a chin dimple. This is where I always screw up though. Like getting facial proportions correct to me is impossible. Like I always end up with like too much. Like he looks. To me, already, his head looks too oblong. He looks more like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, but that is very fitting because the name of the clip that I took this from is called Zoinks Scoob. So, you know, it is what it is. But, like, I usually will, like, draw the mouth too small or something, and then, like, the eyes won't be the right size or in the right place. I don't know. This is always just, this is where I fall apart. Where it all goes wrong. See, part of what's wrong is this is supposed to be like curving in. Ah. I don't know if I can fix it.
Sama de Agua, written by Koji Kondo from the Super Mario Bros. 3 video game.
Draw
Written by
O.
Weston. Enjoy.
And then try to reestablish. Ever so slightly better. It's not good, but it's better. Okay. Then the mouth. Mouth is troublesome. Mouth is hard. Can you zoom in on my thing? All right, so general mouth shape. Foremost, let me grab like color for the mouth. It's weird because like the teeth are not white, they're like almost like flesh colored. But I don't know. I'm extracting straight from the source here. Do just trust me. Okay, so let's a little blob for the mouth, and then we can kind of sculpt. Really have to go to the bathroom again. Probably because I just drank another can of Mountain Dew. It's okay though. It's Mountain Dew Zero, zero sugar. It's good for you. It's good. It's healthy. It's liquid, and I drank it. Let's not make a big deal. Okay. This is like kind of the mouth color, which is almost like a brownish red. Or a little bit above the goatee. Actually not the worst shape. Don't hate it. It needs to be a little bit more flat on the top. So that I can do much more without totally beefing it. That's good for me. Save. This is almost like playing the game. You got to save every 5 minutes in case you make a irreparable mistake. It sounds like Battletoad. Is this Battletoads? No, again, it's Donkey Kong Country 2. I mean, at least I'm in the same developer. That's Rareware. I just sworn that was Battletoad. It sounds a lot like Battletoad Double Drag. Ever dangerous paint bucket? Yeah. Figured that wouldn't work. I don't know if I can. Not gonna work. Okay. Brush it is. Pointer. That doesn't seem white enough. No, I'm gonna lighten it. Okay, then I need his tongue, actually. Color for the That almost looks right. It doesn't quite look right. But I don't know what's off about it. I don't know if it's like the teeth. I think part of it is that the original mouth shape is not quite right. It's I don't like it. I'm sorry. It just wasn't right. It needs to be more like, start about here, over, and like slant back. Okay, that looks more correct for the shape. Oh, that outline was almost good. Oh, okay, that's okay. We can touch that. Perfect. All right, now. Is white too white for the teeth? Not the right color. That looks more right. It's not quite there, but it's better. And I think it's probably about as good as I'm gonna get it. So we'll leave it. Alright, I gotta pee again, dude. It's crazy. Being old sucks. Gotta pee all the time. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. All right. Ooh. Yeah, getting old sucks because all you ever do is pee and fall down. That's like the only two things that I do anymore. All right. More of like a don't go over so far. Very gentle. It's too high. It's not long enough. That actually looks kind of right. Okay. Then we just kind of need like his little crow's feet. Is that what these are called? Not that I would know. I don't have those. Eyebrows. This is where it all falls apart, guys. I cannot do eyes to save my life. So it's really just like a line up and then down. Kind of fill it in a little bit with white. Okay. And then his eyes are kind of brown. They're actually kind of the same color as the inside of his mouth. Oh my gosh. That almost looks correct. Like it's not, but it almost looks correct. I actually don't think that they use white inside the eye. I think they just give it like a little bit of color here. See what the problem is. I don't know if I can fix it. It all needs to come over. But it looks more correct. Again, not good, but like better. Other eye is gonna give me problems, I can tell. It almost comes like almost perfectly straight across. I mean, it's like, it's not good, but it's recognizable, right? We could do better. I really do. But I don't know how. I'm just not good at it. I'm sorry, face. I tried my best. I'm just thinking this will look any better if I do it with a thicker outline. Not really. I think part of the problem is there's a shape issue right here. think that's part of the problem. I think it's going too far out and not like down enough. A little bit better. Probably about as good as I'm going to do. Alright. Oh, man. I'm never going to finish this. What was I thinking? Okay. Breath. Oh my gosh, it worked. The neck is a little bit too thick. See about. Kitty, hello. Yeah. Oh, you pushed my arm, bub. What you doing? Sabotaging my art career. Comes down to about there. Pinkness of the vest comes in right across here. Oh god. All right, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't chance it. We're gonna mess it up. What is this song? The song sucks. Final Fantasy VII. This isn't even, there's like no music in this. Ah, shoot. Oh. Oh, man. What is this song? Who downloads this crap? Oh, it was me. I downloaded it. why does it keep changing the color? I know why, because you have to press the deselect button for certain things. Okay. Stop it. Paint bucket in this program sucks. I don't know what the rule is, like if there's like a certain thickness of line it needs to be, or you can safely paint something. Like, what is that? You can clearly see I've enclosed the shape here. Look, on the microscopic level, it's closed. Why does it keep trying to friggin' paint the whole world here? I feel like I'm falling apart here. I'm losing my way. Stay focused. Okay, breathe. Oh, Streets of Rage. Blast this song in my minivan while I was driving down the road so loud. Hated it. But what are you gonna do? It was my favorite song back then. Alright, favorite's a stretch, but it was a good song. The freaking paint bucket worked. It's a miracle. Oh God. Use the tool. There we go. That's not the right color. Is it? No, it's not. It's not even close. I knew that wouldn't work. Why did I even think that would work? Oh, Hello Kitty. Oh, you brought me a crab today, huh? Come here. You want to say hi? No? You're still being problematic? Okay.
Taking that booty hardcore massive inside the house.
Oh my god, I hate when they put lyrics into OC remixes. Also, it's a Final Fantasy IX song, so like it's doubly bad. Pretty good song. Castlevania's pretty good. I was about to say, what is this crap? And then I realized this is a Chrono Trigger song, so I'm glad I stopped myself before I spoke any sort of blasphemy. Ah. Dang it. It just doesn't work. Never works. Ah. Whoa. It's either something on my monitor or there's a dead pixel here, because I think this is like the 3rd or 4th time that I've tried to like color over a spot, thinking it's not coloring correctly. Yeah, there's just something on my screen. I was like, why won't this color in? How do I keep missing this one spot? Oh, man. Oh. This is exhausting. Holy crap, how have I been doing this for almost 3.5 hours? I'm gonna zoom out and it's gonna look so bad, and I haven't even done like any of it yet. It could be worse. It could be worse. Alright, it's not as bad as I thought. Ah, gee. I keep trying to like right click to drag the screen around, and that doesn't work. For some reason, right clicking also draws a line. But on my, I don't know. Gotta be a way to change that. I feel like his coat is getting too long. It's almost at the bottom though, and that's where like his crotch is. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. It looks overly long. It's about where it should go. lot better than I thought. Like, I was looking at that earlier and I skipped it because I was like, it's gonna be such a pain to do. I'm gonna mess it up so bad. Actually went pretty good. Oh man. I need to get up and take a stretch. I'll be right back. Alright. I had a horrifying moment whilst I was stretching out where I couldn't remember whether or not I muted the microphone. But fortunately for everybody involved, I did. But in hearing some concerning noises. It may have sounded like a whale that's dying. Probably gonna go until I finish Malik, and then I'm probably gonna call it for the night because there's no way I'm finishing this in any reasonable amount of time. One kind of regret is that Malik looks a little bit like concave. He doesn't look beefy enough. I think I can maybe fix that a little bit by go over this a little bit. Redoing it. Yeah, my back popped pretty loud, and I made like a pretty concerning noise. It's slightly better. So we're all here. We're all fine now. How are you? I'm gonna move over here. Oh, good though. My back pretty stiff, and sitting like this for a long period of time, you don't realize like how much you're hunching. You're like trying to like see like all these pixels. Creates like some of the worst possible posture known to man. Not to mention the fact that my hand is killing me from using this mouse for so long, but that's probably the biggest reason why I need to stop soon, because I don't know how much longer I can continue to use this mouse. I don't know if I'll ever get a drawing pad, and if I do, I don't know if this would be better or worse. I feel like learning to draw on a drawing pad would kind of be like having to learn to draw all over again, because I assume it's very different than drawing with pen and paper. Alright, let's see if it'll work. Nope. That's alright. We knew it wouldn't. I see people do like art streams with like drawing pads, and I'm like, it seems so unfair. It's like almost like it's like doing work for them, and I don't know how. I don't know what they're using. but it looks so good and so effortless. But I'm sure it took them like hundreds, if not thousands of hours to learn the skill. And it looks they make it look easy. But I'm guessing it's probably anything but. But in my mind, I'm like, man, if I had that, my art would be better. It wouldn't, because I don't possess any inherent drawing skills. I used to really like drawing. And then I had an 8th grade art class. And my teacher was very mean to me. And come to find out, apparently she did not like my sisters either. And I'm kind of wondering if they like ruined it for me. Because like I feel like for like the first I don't know, maybe like half of the year, things were going like okay, and then like we had a little bit of a headbutt, and then I think she put 2 and 2 together that I was related to my sisters. Anyway, and then from that point on, she treated me like absolute dog shit. And she lost all my projects and kept saying that I wasn't turning stuff in. So the way it worked back then was like you had art for like the first half of the year, and then you had health and like sex ed for like the second half of the year, or you started the other way around. But so I started with art and then went to health/sex ed. And I remember, like I said, she kept saying that I was not turning stuff in. My portfolio was always empty. And I'm like, well, I'm putting the stuff in there. Like, people have seen me put the things in there. I don't know where they're going after that, because I leave the room. Because I go to other classes. So you tell me what's going on. So anyway, we kind of clashed quite a bit. And then, so we're in health class. And it comes the time that, like, the art teacher brings all the graded stuff from, like, the year and gives you your portfolio. And everybody's really excited. I'm like, I don't care. Apparently she lost all my stuff. So the day comes to, like, turn it, or to like, pass out the portfolios. And magically, all my stuff was in there. So I got everything back. But she marked everything with a late grade. She said I turned everything in late. And I'm like, no, I didn't. So anyway, the whole thing started because we had to do this project where you had to demonstrate shading. And she suggested that everyone draw a beautiful, magical dragon. And I said, well, do we have to draw a dragon? She's like, no, you don't have to draw a dragon. That's just a suggestion. I was like, okay, well, I really don't want to draw a dragon. So I was really big into Final Fantasy at the time. And so I found this really cool picture of Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. And it demonstrated a lot of, like, shading. So I worked on that every day in class for the full hour, and in fact I took it home and continued to work on it. And it was like I forget the dimensions of the paper, but it wasn't like a typical 8.5 by 11. It was probably like 10 by 15, if I had to guess. I don't know, I can't remember, but anyway, it was a big thing, and I had colored in every square inch of that paper. And then there was this kid, Brian. And now, I didn't really ever like Brian, per se. But, like, I didn't dislike Brian, either. Like, he'd never done anything wrong to me. But we just weren't friends. So, he would sit there in art class every day and talk with Jimmy about Dragon Ball Z. That's all they ever did, was talk about Dragon Ball Z. And whenever the teacher would come around and be like, hey, guys, where's your project? And it's like, oh, I'm doing mine at home because I have special stuff. And she's like, oh, that's really great. So then, like, came the day when it was time to turn in this project. And he came in the morning of, so the class started at, like, 8:15. He came in at like 7:45 and drew like a really half-assed picture of like Super Saiyan Vegeta or something from Dragon Ball Z. And he colored the armor like a flat blue, and he colored the hair yellow. And then he drew the little lightning around it, right? And he handed that in. And then I handed in my full art cloud Final Fantasy VII. I had drawn it like at a sunset so that I could like do like a gradient of like colors. And I did all this shading to like show shadows. I thought it was pretty darn good. And so I turned it in, and she the next day she called me into her office. And I was like, I'm gonna win an award for my fantastic art. This is the beginning of a career. But instead, she accused me of cheating. She said I copied off Brian. And I said, fuck you. It's the only time I ever swore at a teacher in my life. So then, of course, she called my dad. And I think that's when she put the 2 and 2 together, that I was a relative of my sister's, because she had spoken to my dad in the past about my sisters. And that's when the wheels fell off. So anyway, she called my dad, and I forget exactly what she said. He's like, well, let me ask. He's like, because I was there. It was like a conference call. He's like, did you do the work? I said, yeah, I did the work. Like, did you copy off Brian? I said, no, I did not copy off Brian. And I forget what else he said. And he's like, okay, well, it sounds like it's solved. He didn't copy off Brian. And the teacher's like, well, he called me a bitch, which I didn't, by the way. I said, fuck you. That's a very different... I was up here. He's like, well, he called me a bitch. And my dad's like, well, I still believe him. And then he hung up. And from that moment forward, my art career was over. That's when she started losing all my stuff. I really just lost my love for art at that point. She just really took it away from me. And so after that, I stopped like doing drawings, and I stopped doing art, and I stopped caring. It was sad because I really used to love art, and I used to love to draw. I wasn't particularly good, but I feel like I was getting better at that point in my life, and that if I would have kept doing it, I probably would have gotten decent at least. But that whole interaction just completely turned me off art forever. Until, you know, maybe only recently when I started doing stuff like this. But this is like, I don't know. I wouldn't call this art. I mean, this is like imitation at best, but yeah, I mean, first of all, to not be able to tell the difference between the two characters in a middle school, no less, is just embarrassing. But again, I don't want to like sit here and like try to toot my own horn. My picture was good. I wonder if I still have it somewhere. For the age that I was, which was like maybe 11 or 12. Mine was good, and his was trash. And I say this with like the utmost contempt for Brian. Like, fuck you, Brian. Put in some effort, and maybe I wouldn't have gotten in trouble. That's the worst part, is like he slacked off and I'm the one who got in trouble for it. I was so pissed off. I also feel like that was kind of like my angry arc. That's when I became like a very angry person. That whole interaction, just, I was a good student. I was a good boy. And she just ruined it. And like, I didn't even bring up the fact that she was a failed Playboy model, because she was. And like someone else in the class, he also got in trouble with her, and he did bring it up. And I was like, oh man, he brought it up. It's go time, because apparently that's how my sister got in trouble. Many years ago. because she heard it as a rumor from like the 8th graders, and she brought it up in class, and the teacher did not take it well. But it was true. She was in Playboy magazine. She did not look good. I'll tell you that much. Cause the other kid in my class, Andrew, I won't say his last name, but I do remember it. Again, I didn't really like him, but I didn't have a problem with him. But he was like the stoner guy, right? And so when he rubbed shoulders with her the one time over a project, his next move was to find the issue of Playboy magazine that she was in and post copies of it around the hallway. She didn't enjoy that very much. So, but I would, yeah, it was like mad respect. That's like a baller move. Okay, how do I do this? How do I bring this home? How do I make this come together? Because I feel like the proportions are off. I feel like I have screwed it up. Just a little bit. Like, it's not terrible, but it's not, again, it's not good. I feel like these should have come down a little further. The red parts. But to redo that, I think would take a lot of effort. But I think I also made this portion here a little bit too long. And again, I just don't know that I have it within my soul to try to fix it. So now I'm just gonna try to like play it out and see if I can finish the rest of the upper body and like have it not look too bad, right? So there's like a line that goes here, a little bit of space, and then it goes like short line, angles in here. Also, what's up, Artie? Sorry, I saw you come in, but I was in the middle of telling all my middle school story of how my art teacher ruined my love of art by accusing me of cheating off someone else when I didn't. See, this is blocked by stupid Hubert's elbow, and now I don't know exactly how it's supposed to look. Probably something like that. The Playboy story was a good story, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, see, because like look how long this like part of the arm is, and like the little red patch with like the gold medallion in there. It's too big. Yeah, it is too big. Let me zoom out and figure out. Like it's number one, it's too beefy. But it's also like because like the bottom of the pink cuff on the left arm needs to be right about where the top of the pink cuff is on the right arm. So yeah, this is just all bad. The lapel is too short. I've already established this. I can't fix it though. It would take too long to redo all that. It's just gonna be short. Let's try this again. But part of my problem was this needs to come down now. That. Stop. More straight, and then just a little bend. That's too long. It's been a long time since I've drawn anything, and so like to like try to tackle this as like the first thing. Definitely ambitious. Oh shoot, I thought that was a two-part line. Yeah, that looks almost right. It's hard now because freaking Hubert's arm is in the way and I can't tell what it's supposed to look like. So, okay, I think part of my problem here, this needs to angle up a little bit more, like that. I commented earlier about how I didn't make him like beefy enough when I did like the other side, and now I think I'm trying to overcompensate by making his other side too beefy, and it'll look bad if I do that. I just need to make peace with the level of beef that I've committed to. Doesn't look quite right. Does it come out? Does it need to flare out a little bit more? Like that? What's really throwing me off is like there's like a black space in his armpit, and I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's like the shadow of his arm, or if there's like something behind him. You see what I'm saying? Like, in his like, what is that? His left, on the screen it's to the far right. I'll just call that his right armpit. Like there's this black space in there, and I can't tell what it is. Can't tell if it's part of the background or if it's part of him. Ugh, lyrics in OC Remix do not mix. You know what I mean? I don't know what that is and why that's there. It's throwing me off. I know he has a sword on his back, or like a boomerang, I guess. I guess it could be part of that. Yeah, that's probably what it is, because it was kind of like a hooked, almost like a curved sword, but it was like a boomerang that he would like... Yeah, okay, that's probably what it is. Okay. This honestly should be like the easiest part because it's a lot of just like coloring in that brown color. It's too loud. And I don't like it. Okay. I don't even think we're going to get to the point of trying to draw Pascal tonight. My wrist is just getting too fatigued from the mouse usage. I should be using a smaller brush for that. I should be using a smaller brush to establish the outline. it is bugging me that the lapels don't come down far enough. I might try to doctor it later. I don't know. It'll be tough, but I think I might actually be able. I think it'll actually be easier to envision it once I get everything colored in, and then I could figure out how to maybe shift everything down a bit. This part I don't need to worry too much about because I'm going to be coloring over that with black in a minute. I was thinking about playing Drawception after I was done, before I realized that this is going to take me over 4 hours. And now, like, thinking about trying to, like, draw a decent picture in 10 minutes, just, I don't think it can be done. How did I used to do that game? Ah. Look at that. Why can I not match that line? Maybe because it was 2 lines. That's all right. I'll remark it when I'm. All right, we're gonna roll the dice, coin flip, place your bets. I'm gonna try to use the paint can tool. Will it work, or will it completely color the whole thing? And oh my god, it worked! For like the first time all night. I see a couple spots where I need to touch it up, but man, that saved a ton of time. For some reason in this program, the paint bucket tool just absolutely blows ass. Like, even when you have a perfectly enclosed square or something, it'll find a way to, like, just fill in the whole painting canvas, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Artie. I didn't mean to get your hopes up. I thought I was gonna get to your drawing today. But I have overestimated my ability to like let good enough be good enough and try to make things too perfect, and I'm not good enough for that to be a thing. What's up, Dave? You're having a good Sunday. Now, the true question. Will it let me use the paint bucket tool twice in a row successfully? Nope. Can't do it. Sorry, can't be done. Can't use the paint. Okay, I think I see why. There's a data breach up here in this corner. I think if I smooth that out a little bit. It might let me do it. What the fuck? Come on. You can clearly see. You can clearly see I've drawn a black outline of a shape. Let me color it in with the freaking paint bucket, you piece of crap. Oh my gosh. I don't know how to change my tolerance, dude. I freaking don't know what this program is. I only know how to use it like a Neanderthal. It's like friggin' banging two rocks together for me. God dang it. Where is the tolerance? Is that flood mode? No, don't do global flood mode. God promised he wouldn't do that again. It's the white and blue slider? Where are you seeing a white and blue slider? Oh, this. Okay. Okay. So do I need to be more tolerant or more intolerant for this to work? Not that. Not that. That was not it. All right, let's try less tolerant. Oh my god. Oh my god, it works! Hey, we learned something today, and that's, you know, if you can't be good at art, if you can at least learn something, you know, that's a good day. Okay, I really gotta fix the lapels. It is bothering me more than it should. I think I can do it though. I mean, I think I'm just gonna map over them and do them again. I don't love it, but it's gotta happen. Can I do this though? Can I paint these in as the color of the coat? Oh, don't do that. Those are all connected. All right, that'll help a little bit. So Dave, I was talking a little bit earlier. I believe I have a development in the leaking ceiling situation, because I am now starting to believe that it's not the roof. Because, you know, we had that big storm and that's when it started. And so it made sense. It was like, okay, yeah, we just had extremely heavy rains and hail, and then all of a sudden the kitchen started leaking. Yeah, of course. You know, correlation equals causation, that kind of thing. But then it continued for like the next however many days it's been. I forget how many days ago that was. We had that big storm. Was it 2 or 3? A kitty. But it has continued to leak, and not continuously either. Like, it has been leaking nonstop for like 4 days. But what I mean by that is like maybe like a couple times a day it will drip between 1 and 5 times. I placed a bucket underneath it. And so it'll drip just a handful of times. And so I believe what might be happening, because there's no plumbing in the ceiling, there's no water lines in the ceiling, none of that. I believe what might be happening is the fact that I do not cool the upstairs of my house. There's not a lot of vents up there to begin with, but I also just like, I didn't see the point in like paying to like cool the upstairs when we're not using it, right? And so I think what is possibly happening is that the cool air from downstairs is meeting the warm air from upstairs and causing a condensation situation, which is then leaking into like the subspaces of the wall, and is then of course looking for an outlet, and it's coming out the electrical fixture, which is not great. I think that's what's happening. And so I'm gonna maybe try to text my HVAC guy and like ask him, like, does that sound like a thing? Because I was looking it up, and they say that's one of the things that can happen. It's like either if your air conditioner is up there, which mine is not, like, you know, if it's hot in the attic and your air conditioner is in the attic, it creates a lot of condensation. And if it's not correctly plumbed, it could be leaking. But he said the other thing too is just like if you're not cooling the air upstairs, there could be a situation where hot air is meeting cool air and causing condensation. And it makes a lot of sense. So I'm thinking that may be the issue. Why did I draw a line here? Did I draw that? I didn't mean to draw that, I don't think. There shouldn't be a line there. Now the other side of this coin is, if that is in fact the problem, I do not know how to fix it. I don't know how you deal with that. So I don't know. I'm hoping maybe he'll have some advice. But I'm backing away from thinking it's the roof because it rained again very hard today for about a half hour, and then it continued to rain for like an hour and a half. No leaks, no water, and it's been cooler today, so the AC has not been running much at all. So I really do think that's probably what's happening, is that the cold air in the ductwork is meeting the hot air inside the walls and causing condensation. Now, why it didn't happen last year, I don't know. And that was my other question, was like, would opening the vents upstairs be enough to cool it, because it's really hot up there. Like, it gets really hot up there. So I don't know. I'm gonna text him tomorrow and see what he thinks. Okay. Back to trying to draw this lapel correctly. Zooming in real far on my side. So like the bottom of the lapel would be right around maybe right here on this side, and then on this side it's almost parallel, comes up just a little bit. All right, let's see how that looks. Now, how wide did I think I had it at here? Here? See another problem. Dude, Outlaw Star is great, by the way. Sorry, I saw you mentioned Outlaw Star and I was going to comment about it, but I sidetracked. Sorry. Outlaw Star is one of my favorites. It's one of the first animes I ever watched, and it's still one of my favorites to this day. I was actually just thinking the other day when I finished Frieren, like I was trying to figure out like, well, what anime am I gonna consume next? And Outlaw Store was high on the list. I ultimately decided to give Sword Art Online another chance because like I kind of bounced off that one pretty quickly. And I thought I might like to give it another try. So I'm watching that. I'm like halfway through the first season and I'm kind of like, it's okay. Maybe like here. This, okay, that might work. All right, let's see if the tolerance is low enough to allow this to work. It can't. Oh my god, it like kind of worked. But I actually don't really remember a lot about the plot about Lost Star, which is like in my mind good, because if I'm gonna rewatch it, it would be nice to like not remember everything about it. But like I remember like it was one of the first animes that I saw like on Toonami, probably. And I don't know, I was just like hooked onto it. But unfortunately, it was like it didn't run consistently. Like it wasn't on every day or something, and then like I would watch it for a couple days, and then all of a sudden like the episodes would start looping, and they would start like re-showing episodes I had already seen, but not ones that I hadn't seen. And so like I never got to see the whole thing when I was watching it the first time. And then when I was older and I obtained the whole series, I was able to watch it. But that was probably 20 years ago. Oh, yeah, it was probably 20 years ago, if I'm being real. It was a long time. Okay, I think that looks... better, but not good. And I don't know what's wrong. Like it feels like this side is not, it's not going up at a sharp enough angle, so I guess that means it needs to like come down lower. Shoot, don't do that. I'm gonna change the tool first. Yeah, I'm on like I'm on like episode 13, I think, of Sword Art. again, better but not good. I don't know how to fix it. Something's wrong, but I don't know what. It looks kind of right, but it just doesn't feel right. I don't know. Let's just get the markings there. I can't even tell you how many times I listened to this song in college. This song was like such a vibe to like be listening to, like in the winter when it was like really cold and you were really really depressed. I don't know, this song just hit different, you know? Doesn't look quite right to me. Wrong part of it is needs to come out like right here. Right into the corner. Comes. Actually, I think I totally beefed this. What am I doing? Oh, I don't know. Hold on. Something's wrong. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. Start closer to here. Really sad because I feel like the first time I drew the markings, they came out really good. And now they're coming out less good. Looks a little bit more right. It's fine. Now this is Battletoads. Battletoads Double Dragon. know that song anywhere. Friggin' love that game. It's so hard though. I wasn't even looking at what I was drawing. I started looking at the model and be like, what does that shape look like? And I just kept drawing. It's way too thick. Hold on. That's better. Okay. Now. Alright, that looks better. Now what's bothering me is the fact that like his waistline over here comes down to like here. And over here it's much higher, and I think it's a combination problem. I think it's too high over here, and I think it's too low over here. Really should be in line. Well, kind of is. Maybe it's, I don't know. It's a little bit of a problem. Okay, that looks like it helped a little bit. Okay. Now we need to draw the little buckles over here. I'm running out of Taskmaster to watch, though. I just finished season 4 of Taskmaster New Zealand, and I'm like already halfway through season 5. I think there is a season 6 that did not exist when I first started watching TM New Zealand, so I will have that. And then I think season 5 of Taskmaster Australia just started, and then season 21 or 22 of Taskmaster UK just wrapped up being posted on YouTube. I do have a little bit to go, but man, I feel like I'm running out. But they finally got what's his name, your boy Richard Ayoade, for season 20 something, 22. But I do not know or recognize anybody else except for kind of Matt Lucas. I think I've seen him from like British. I think he was on like British Bake Off, but like I don't watch that show. But I may have seen like a clip or something of him from the show, but I don't know anybody. I don't even remember the other 3 people's names at this point. I don't know. I don't have a great music collection. I have a bunch of stuff from like when I had an MP3 player, which is a very specific genre of music. But other than that, I don't have a lot. That's kind of the unfortunate part of like having everything on like streaming and like YouTube, is like I don't actually possess a lot of music from like anything past like college. But to be fair, I don't really listen to music all that much anymore, and when I do, it's always the stuff that I have from college, high school and college. I just listen to the same stuff forever. Alright, I think I'm gonna attempt to draw his pants next. Get his lower body in there. I think that'll be the easiest. He says as he veers strangely off course. What did I just do? Was I making a point before music? If I was, I certainly don't remember what it was. I think it was just talking about Taskmaster, wasn't I? I wouldn't call that a point. I used to have like some like top 500 rock songs or whatever. I forget where the list like came from. Because I used to play music trivia. And so a lot of the stuff came from that list. They took a lot of stuff from like the old rock charts. But obviously not everything. But I used to listen to that a lot because that would help us score a lot more points. So that was kind of like my area of knowledge, was like the classic rock scene, because like my sister knew a lot more modern stuff and like a lot more pop music from like the 2000s than I did. Because I was you know, I was still relatively young at that time, so like I know some of the classics, but like a lot of the late 90s, early 2000s stuff I kind of missed. I was over here listening to Weird Al Yankovic all the time. But yeah, so I listened to that a lot when I was in college, because we used to go to music trivia I think it was every Wednesday night, I think, because it coincided with their 25-cent wing night, which, boy, man, remember 25-cent wing nights? The good old days. Now it's like $1 a wing is like considered like a good deal, and I'm like, screw you. Heck, you can buy a whole rotisserie chicken for $5. That's 4 wings right there. And you get to eat the rest of it. Yeah, they had drink specials too, but obviously I was like in high school, so I wasn't really that. I was probably like 17 when I first started going, then I think I was probably about 19 when we stopped going. Maybe 20, I can't remember, because eventually I think they stopped doing it. When I don't know, they weren't getting as much interest as they used to. People were just going for the music trivia and not buying the food, because the quality and price of the food really dropped off. So, although a lot of people, they were drinking pretty heavily, so they were probably still doing okay. Oh, that's a roller. Oh my gosh, stop it. Yeah, Taskmaster New Zealand has been okay. I did not really like it when I first started watching it. It was not clicking with me at all. But then I decided, I'm like, I'm gonna keep going, mostly because I've watched all the other ones and didn't have anything else. But they really did kind of find their stride, maybe around season 2 or so. But like now watching season 5, it is like much better. It's still, in my opinion, not quite as good as maybe Taskmaster UK, but season 1 was a little challenging for me. It's just, I don't know. The Taskmaster was kind of weird. Like, he was very flat, and he still is, but like it plays better now. But he does also now get a little bit more, like, you know, he's not afraid to laugh. Like, he tried to play it way too straight-faced in the beginning, and it just felt a little bit weird. Now he still does, like, the straight man bit, but he's not afraid to, like, you know, when something is genuinely funny, like, crack a smile. You know what I mean? And the same thing was true of, like, the assistant, the Alex Horn type. I'm gonna call him that. Like, in the beginning, like, I know he's supposed to be a little bit more of, like, flat and, like, depressed and, like, kind of like a human doormat. But in the beginning, I felt like it was too much. But he definitely has kind of, like, come into his own. I really like Tom Cashman. He kind of makes me chuckle sometimes. He's the assistant from Taskmaster Australia. But they really are kind of all their own different things. But I definitely got on board with Taskmaster Australia a lot faster than I did with Taskmaster New Zealand. But like I said, kind of either way, I still think I prefer Taskmaster UK to both. And this one's gonna be tough. I'm really bad at doing hands, and, like, his hand is partially obscured, and he's wearing a glove. Like, my worst nightmare. But the nice thing is, like, whatever this art style is, like, they didn't do a ton of shading. And so, like, his hand really is just kind of like a black blob. So if I can get the shape of it right, I think I'm okay. You just fill it in. That's way too small. Just get something down, and then let's see how it looks when we... Looks weird. I will say that. Can I fix it, though? Question. Now, in theory, I will be covering part of this up with her scarf, so I don't want to get too hung up on it, but it does not look right. It looks like it should be angled up more. I feel like his whole arm should be... Seems like there should be more of a gap here, but I don't know. No, it's pretty kind of close. And I think I made his arms too narrow. I love the sample of Flavor Flav in this OC remix. Oh, that's the wrong color. Yeah, Taskmaster Australia is great. Taskmaster New Zealand, bit of a slow start, but worth a watch. That looks a little bit better on the arm, but the hand still looks funky to me. It looks too long. Like, his looks too long. Like, it looks like he's got his hands balled into a fist. But, like, the flat part still seems really long to me. Like, almost like maybe he's like only got like his like knuckles bent instead of like bald. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it. I think it looks okay enough. Like, compared to the rest of the drawing, which is not very good. Like, this arm is way too skinny right here, I feel like. Even just that little bit felt like it helped a lot. But I think this is where it's going to be hard, because I can't see what's going on. Flying blind here. Because his arm is blocked by Hubert's arm. Kitty, what do you want? What do you want, Kitty? It's probably another situation where... Kitty, what do you want? Where? Just trying to go on basic vibes here. It's about the same length. Oh, I gotta get this microphone out of the way. Hold on a second. Okay, it's approximately the same length. I know I could go in there and count the pixels, but I'm not going to do that. Oh shoot. I gave him, frostbite. Oh, I can't even envision what his hand should look like. Why are they covering his hand? Should probably be more like down and then... Something to that effect. Not like that, but to that effect. A little bit of a bigger brush here and see if I can make this look almost normal. Come on, brother. Okay, that actually, like, legitimately, if I can just give it a little bit of definition on, like, the knuckles. Looks kind of like a fist. And then I bet if I know this guy, he probably had, like, the little studs on the knuckles. And then that actually looks almost normal. I actually think this one looks better than the other one that I was able to see the reference point. It's not, again, not perfect, but for not being able to see it, it'll have to do. And like I said, there is like something here that is creating a shadow, and I think it's meant to be like his sword boomerang. So if I just kind of draw, comes like right across to about here. Fill that in. Okay. I did it. That looks like about as good as I think I'm gonna get it. The hair still bugs me a lot, but I'm just not good at hair. Song slaps. I remember this one. This one goes hard. All right. You know, you hold them up next to each other. I can't even tell which is which. I'm lying, of course, but it actually looks decent. Oh, I forgot to put his little, hold on. Sorry, I can't quit yet. Forgot. What size is this? Is this a 5? 5 brush. Starts about here. out. It's down into there. Same color as the lapel. Oh, I bet mariachi would go hard, yeah. For sure. I have an album, I might even have it on here. That was like a Mario and Zelda big band album. I do this every time. But yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, I bet mariachi would go pretty hard. For sure. All right. So there's a little loop here. Oh. Circular medallion. And for whatever reason, this medallion appears to have an M on it. Is his name Malik? I guess that would make sense. Or maybe that's not an M, maybe that's an H. I think it is supposed to be an M, because his name was Malik Cesare, I think. That looks acceptable. Oh, man. All right, well, a mere 5 hours later, I have maybe 2/3 of it done. I still need to draw the whole point of the picture, which was the goofy running animation of Pascal. That was the whole reason. It's the only thing I haven't drawn yet. Oh my gosh. But I think I'm gonna wrap it up there for the night. I don't know when I'll be back. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't know if I'm gonna be on this week. Just because I was not feeling particularly well yesterday, and I was supposed to go out yesterday to work out at the camp, and so I wasn't able to go. So I'm gonna try to go after my job, so like after 5, and try to do some work out there this week to help try to get a couple last minute things like cleaned and ready to open up on Friday. So I may or may not be around on Tuesday and Thursday. I haven't decided yet. It's gonna be last minute if I do decide, but I think I'm definitely gonna go tomorrow. And I think if I can get the snack bar and the kitchen cleaned up, and swept and mopped and everything, tomorrow, and then see if there's any last minute things on Wednesday, I could probably do that. So that way I would be home Tuesday, Thursday. But I also have stuff at my own homestead that needs taken care of. So, you know, I just don't know. So all that to say is question mark. I'm not sure if I'm going to be on or not. So you can keep an eye out for me, but don't be too surprised if I'm not here. And then the following week I will be gone. So the week of the 22nd, I will be on all week. From technically Saturday the 20th through Sunday the 28th. So you probably won't see much of me around until probably July. Or I guess June. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. Maybe June, that first or last Tuesday in June. Sorry. All right. So anyway, it's all tentative. I've been struggling anyway to think of what to do. Just because I don't want to get into anything new. So if I am on Tuesday or Thursday, I'll probably just be continuing trying to finish up the Tales of Appreciation incentive art, because I have to finish this one, and then I have arties to do. Which I don't know if that one will take me longer or shorter time. I think the detail of the drawing is much lower. So hopefully it'll maybe go faster than this. This one I don't know. I get so in my head about wanting to make it look good, even though it's just like a little paint doodle. I don't know. I'm trying my best here. But anyway, that's kind of the plan for the next couple of weeks. So I appreciate people hanging out tonight. And like I said, if I do make it on later this week, feel free to drop in and say hi. But I'll probably just be doing more art. Or if I finish the art, I might do the book club game, Fortified Zone, because it's only supposed to be a couple hours long. So I could potentially knock that one out on a weeknight. But anyway, it's gonna be tough because, like I said, I need to get some stuff done for getting ready to be at camp for a week. That needs to be done before the camp opens, and so the fact that I wasn't able to go out yesterday kind of screwed up my plans a little bit. But sometimes we just don't have control over that stuff, you know? That's life. But I'm gonna take a look and see who is online, and do a little raid here.